So CPI comes in at much cooler than consensus. Much cooler. Job loss claims much better. Wow. 2.6% year over year versus 3%. Oof, crazy. Market's spiking here. We spiking up. We spiking up. Initial drop in the dollar there as well. So CPI coming in at 2.6% year over year versus 3%. Super light CPI. So 2.7% on the headline versus 3.1 expectation. Where's the initial jobless claims? Let's see what that's doing. Initial jobless claims coming in line. So it's pretty much a rosy Goldilocks report, I would say. Pretty decent. Rosy, I would say. All right, let me. Big question is we'll see if things hold their gains here. So very decent all around. Markets spiking up here on the CPI report. Goldilocks number 2.6% versus the 3.1%. The core CPI dropped by 0.4% from 2.6 to 3. The S&P 500 spiked all the way to 677 on that news. Then to add some extra positivity, you got the continuing jobless claims and initial jobless claims coming out. Initial jobless claims, it was no surprise to the market. It came in with expectations of 224,000. That's exactly what the market was expecting, kind of your perfect number on the back of CPI. You also got Philly Fed Manufacturing Index. That was a little bit worse than the market anticipated. Philly Fed Manufacturing Index came in at minus 10.2, showing a little bit of contraction. So right now what we've seen is interest rates drop a little bit. You've had the 10 and 2-year drop a little bit. You can see here that US dollar big initial dump to the downside. It is getting bid up a little bit, but overall the market, we'll see if it can build on top of these gains. So you have some positive catalysts in place for the market to kind of keep going. You have Micron earnings. Obviously, MU is up double digits off of its earnings print yesterday, posting a blockbuster report. So we'll certainly see whether the indices, look at the IWM actually holding the majority of its gains, and that's because interest rates are falling, so these small cap, higher beta names are ripping. If we look at Bitcoin, BTC, really big spike to the upside. Again, Bitcoin needs some positivity. It's hanging on to by a thread here. It's been so weak for a number of months, and it needs to get itself a little bit higher here in order to negate this bear trend. Let's look at crude oil. That one is catching a little bit of a bid off of the lows. WTI crude moving a little bit. Gold spiking here. It was fairly weak going into the print. It's still negative on the session, but it is trying to firm up as we speak. Silver pushing to the upside here. We'll see if that one can hold its gains. Silver is one of the more extended assets overall. Nvidia, nice spike holding majority of its gains. Apple, big spike holding majority. Microsoft actually coming in. That's quite surprising, interesting. Full on reversal down on Microsoft. Google holding its gains. Let's look at Mr. Amazon. Amazon holding the majority of its gains. Tesla full bull holding the majority of its gains. So very interesting price action, I would say, for the entire market. Natural gas still holding steady. So pretty decent report all around, I would say. Not bad. Not bad at all. But again, the market doesn't open for about another 50 minutes or so, so there's quite a bit of time that could take place. We could easily see this price action reverse in the entire market, but so far the major indices are reacting quite well. You can see the NASDAQ QQQ is actually holding the majority of its gains. It hasn't really seen much sell side pressure, so there's going to be some clear leadership today, I think, in your tech stocks QQQ and your IWM, and your NASDAQ tech stocks have been beaten up. What did we buy yesterday? We bought NVIDIA pretty much at the lows down here around 170-ish, and that stock is gapping up. We also took a starter position in Amazon, and that stock is trying to push to the upside. So I still think that there's some bullish price action. We could get that Santa Claus rally into the year end here. Market has sold off, and it is setting up for a potential Santa Claus rally. All right, let's keep going through a couple other charts. Lululemon, guys, is shaking and moving. This is one of the bullish callouts that I said it's a no-brainer buying this stock when it was chopping down here sub 200. We've been accumulating this name in full force via common shares and call options. We've sent out numerous alerts. We've done write-ups on it for our group. And basically, Lululemon this morning is also gapping up by about 7-8% on the back of a strategic partnership. A huge investor, Ralph Lauren, investors investing $1 billion into the company. So that's showing that there's definitely some undervalued price action here, and this is likely going to trend in 2026. Could also be one of those major beneficiaries for that Santa Claus rally that I think could actually happen over the coming months. So definitely keep Lululemon on watch. All right, let's see what else we got shaking and moving. Natural gas is bouncing quite nicely today. So natural gas had a really big bounce yesterday, and it is seeing some follow through to the upside today. So natural gas is triggering a pretty bullish pattern here, an inverted head and shoulders, which could, believe it or not, take you well above 440 if this pattern plays out. So keep natural gas on watch. You got some certain movement in China stocks today. BABA seeing a nice little strength. JD seeing some strength. Let's look at Tencent Music TME seeing some strength as well. Snapchat, that stock is getting a little bit of a bump up here. Crypto stocks look like they're going to fly today, guys. If Bitcoin can start to muster up some strength, which right now it's up 2.4%, you're going to see some crazy price action, I think, into the end of the week for some of these crypto stocks. Like, look how Marathon Digital has been absolutely bludgeoned. MSTR just had a pension fund that took a $50 million stake in the company. So this is another one that's traded a massive amount of volume down in this region, and it is looking like it could be starting to try to put in a bit of a stage one basing formation. Obviously, it's super leveraged MSTR, so BTC, Bitcoin, needs to be watched very, very carefully. But right now, big green stick on the hourly chart for BTC. Let's look at Ethereum real quick. ETH. Ethereum is up about 3% as well. Ethereum's also trying to carve out a little bit of a potential bullish pattern here as we digest this CPI report. Let's look at the interest rates real quick, the bond market. We won't spend too much time on it because things can change, but look at the 2-year yield, guys, down 1%, collapsing here to the downside, looking like that weekly trend, that weekly downtrend is about to send it lower. So interest rates falling, which is obviously a benefit for small cap stocks, the average consumer. The 10-year yield is not falling as sharply, so the long end of the curve is still holding quite steady here. But we are seeing some nice price action. Look at Rocket Labs too, guys. RKLB. That stock is up 4.47% and ripping to the upside right now. Wow. Quantum stocks are moving too. Rigetti shooting to the upside. QBTS shooting. We are set to have a crazy trender today. You got nuclear stocks moving to the upside. SMR. Let's look at Ocul here. Ocul's ripping. Uranium's ripping to the high side. So it is set for, we're setting up here for a huge broad-based rally. What's so crazy, guys, if we look at the bear ETF for semiconductors, so your SOXS, this is a leverage play on shorting semiconductors. SOXS had a huge move yesterday on the back of the market selling off. It was up over 10.91%. And now it is having a huge fall to the downside. So we are pretty much erasing a lot of this bearish price action that occurred yesterday. In our member trading group, we did a few different buys on the long side of the market. One thing that we did in the group was we went long SPY 680 calls, and that trade is going to be start to print already, and we got nothing but time into the new year. But I love seeing those hard sell-offs into major data announcements, all for them to basically just gap the market up. I mean, look at that S&P 500 nasty sell closing at the lows. You did hit long-term support on your NASDAQ as well. You can see your QQQ hitting this massive long-term trend line going all the way back to your tariff lows. So a lot of different support down here for the markets, and I love buying stocks cheaper and depressed into the lows here. So definitely, this market is going to be trending. I mean, our calls that we took in the swing trading group are basically only $3 out of the money, and we got still so much time on them. But right now you have your S&P up 0.84%, your NASDAQ QQQ up 1.43%, IWM up 1.37%. It is a face-ripping rally today on Wall Street, guys, and I absolutely love it because we were nibbling on quite a bit of longs here going into this picture. But look at these green shoots that are coming in to the market. Beautiful. IWM continuing to push higher here. QQQ just ripping to the upside. I mean, oof. It is pretty much a rosy Goldilocks print, if I could say that. We have set that rosy Goldilocks print. So it's going to be a nice trading session here. Come 9:30, we'll be live, obviously, on YouTube and for members in our Telegram group. But yeah, crazy print for sure. Very solid CPI report across the board. I've seen everything's pretty much ripping. If you're not long this market, unfortunately, you're going to get cooked today. There'll be some interesting shorts for sure. You know, CGC, this is one that we shorted yesterday off that 218 level. Nasty reversal. Stock is retracing. This is another one that could potentially squeeze a little bit higher today. We'll watch that closely. AMD ripping to the upside, already back above 204, clearing some massive resistance. Pretty crazy. But look at Micron. I mean, up 14%. Micron got hammered yesterday on high volume. They closed the stock at 225. We're gapping up to 257 and change today. Damn, that's a big exogenous move. You're seeing some strength in Starbucks. Everyone hold my coffee. Starbucks is ripping. And Starbucks is another one, guys, into the year end. This stock really hasn't performed that well. They've obviously had a lot of bearish headlines around restructuring, closing numerous stores with their corporate restructuring plan that they closed 400 stores. But I think that investors have now started to digest that. They've shaken off that bearish price action. It's gone through quite a bit of consolidation here, and I think that it's ready. And specifically, Starbucks, you think about it from a holiday standpoint, it's going to be a lot of gift cards that they reflect on their next earnings call, a lot of merchandise. You know, they got that bear what is that called? That barista cup that was all sold out across many different stores. So there's a lot of positive catalysts. I think Starbucks is heading into the seasonality period that it's a strong stock. BTC now up 3% and climbing. Bitcoin is absolutely ripping to the upside here. Boom. Boom. Nvidia is another one I like. I think Nvidia is going to be the next stock to start to really firm up and test some of these areas that it spiked to in earnings. So you had a high spike here. You had an earnings spike up here. So I think Nvidia is set to test some of these upper boundary targets over the coming months. You know what stock has also been strong is Chipotle CMG, absolutely flying to the upside. Crazy. So far, again, your 10 and 2-year yield are still falling. Markets are still pumping here to the high side. Look at this S&P chart, guys. It is just ripping 677.30. Beautiful to see. I love it. I love it. Rip it. Rip it higher. Pump it up. Pump it up. Man, that is just flying to the high side. Crazy. Very strong price action across the board. Very strong. Markets are looking for a trend day today. All right, let's see what else we can quickly discuss here, guys. Good morning, YS. Good morning. Good morning. Oh my goodness, Donald Trump Media. DJT is ripping in the pre-market here. What the heck is DJT doing to us? That is crazy. DJT? What the heck did that spike off of? I really don't know yet. I have to see what the news is for DJT. DJT, so Trump Media Technology Group announces merger with TAE Technologies. Trump Media to merge with TAE Tech in $6 billion deal. Whoa. So a $6 billion merger deal for Donald Trump's SPAC company, Trump Media Technology. Stock closed at 1047, gapping up to 1325. A monster gap up this morning for Donald Trump. He's making money. I mean, that multi-billion-dollar company just spiked huge. Crazy. We've discussed Micron. Micron had a blockbuster earnings report. So obviously that is a trending stock that's going to be lifting your semiconductors today. MU is the ticker. We looked at Lulu already, Lululemon spiking to the high side. This is one that we have been heavily pounding the table on to buy. I'm holding common shares with an average of 173.54. I'm also holding options into the new year, call options, $300 strike. But we are already printing on our position. Just with this gap up today, our common shares are now going to be up around 30%. Thank you very much. And that's a trade idea that we even put on our YouTube channel, a free video a couple months back after its previous earnings report here, where it gapped down. I remember doing a video that day and I said Lululemon down here off of this gap down is a no-brainer. We went through some of the fundamentals. We discussed how it's the second cheapest the stock has ever been in its entire history, despite profits and revenue still growing. This is the cheapest. When Lululemon was trading down here, it was the cheapest it's ever been in its history, just behind the global financial crisis in 2008. So when the sky was falling in 2008, when we went through the GFC recession and crisis, the housing crash, that's the only time Lululemon was cheaper. Now we're not in a housing crash right now, and Lululemon was a huge discounted price. Obviously, with the Elliott Group investment taking a $1 billion stake last night, boom, stock is ripping. All right, Zebra Technologies, not too sure what's going on there. Ticker ZBRA. Nothing really that's doing. Coherent, COHR. Let's take a look at that. Coherent is also gapping up. This is a high flyer as well. Catching a bit with the strength in the market. Robinhood catching some strength in the market today. Western Digital as well, moving to the upside. Let's look at some of the laggers here. INSP, Inspire Medical Systems, stock is getting crushed this morning. INSP getting absolutely demolished. So very interesting price action there. It's now into its major daily gap fill. Likely going to fill that gap and go lower. KMX, CarMax is under pressure today. KMX stock is also gapping down off of its earnings report. So despite a double beat, stock is imploding here. A little bit of a double-digit drop. Birkenstocks. I love my Birkenstocks, but the stock right now is gapping down. I really don't hold any sort of position. It's fairly new traded IPO, just launched this year. But Birkenstocks reporting earnings, and I guess the earnings hasn't come out yet on TradingView here, but the stock is under some near-term pressure. So Birkenstocks down by about 9% on the session. You got Avis Budget Group down, Clarivate down, ACN down, Morningstar, Zimmerman okay. Blah. Let's see what else we got going on. SoFi, yeah, that could be one that we could trade here, guys. SoFi's got some positive catalyst behind it. It's supposed to be one of the next stocks included in the S&P 500, so and banks have been strong. So this has kind of that banking exposure, lending exposure, credit exposure behind it. With interest rates falling, it's one that could catch a significant bid. And with the inclusion of the S&P 500 as a little bit of an added tailwind to it, definitely SoFi looks somewhat interesting down here, even for a swing trade potentially, but stocks are moving. What else do we have going on? Intel, so INTC is also moving to the upside. Pretty much everything is. I mean, your SOXX, guys, is going to be leading the dance today. Semiconductor ETF, SOXX, is being propped up by Micron today. Let's look at AVGO. AVGO getting a nice little bump up as well. It's about a $10 jump off of the lows. It's been absolutely clubbered. Beaten down to a pulp. Broadcom AVGO. Crazy move. All right, so for SPY here, intraday, let me just go to the regular trading session. So we pretty much closed, and market makers are so tricky, guys. The fact that we closed yesterday on the S&P 500 with no bounce at the dead lows, this is how manipulative they are, right? They want people to liquidate their positions, they shake you out at the core, and then all for them to gap it up by $5, $6 here. That being said, with this gap ups are notoriously hard to trade because they're dangerous to chase on the long side because market makers could easily trap that liquidity and sell it back down. However, structurally, this is looking a little bit different. If this gap up was near the highs of the chart and we weren't really at daily chart support on your indices, I'd be a little bit more concerned. But the fact that we were underneath the 50 and 20 daily moving average on your S&P 500 leads me to think that this gap up could actually hold the majority of its gains today. Maybe you get some sell side off of the open, some of those shorter dated traders take profits, but I do think that these markets can actually hold a lot of their gains. I think this CPI report, jobless claims report, is setting up potentially a little bit of a Santa Claus rally. Usually the Santa Claus rally is the last 7 to 10 trading days of the year, which is kind of where we are right now. So definitely the fact that we sold off over the last few sessions now leads us for a potential rally. Key resistance that I'm looking at is this wedge pattern that we were chopping in. So if you connect this high pivot up here on SPY, drop it through this previous little high pivot zone, that's kind of the resistance that I'm looking at for the S&P 500. You know, that sits at right around, call it 677.40-ish. You have that 10-minute EMA. Once the market opens, we will pull some of the data. We'll get you the dark pool prints. We'll get you the value areas, the call wall, put wall, lots of the options data. But S&P up 0.78, QQQ up 1.37. So I still think that there could be more upside in your S&P 500. The market opens at 9:30. So, well, I don't know what time zone you are, but in 33 minutes. All right, what else do we got going on? Let's just quickly keep scanning this market, guys, for trading setups. So again, we were accumulating on the swing trading side in our trading group yesterday. We picked up quite a number of longs. The positions that we bought were SPY 680 calls for next year, January. We also picked up some NVIDIA call options, which stock is gapping up quite nicely. And then we picked up some Amazon shares yesterday. Stock is now gapping up to 224. So a few different buys for us in our group. So far, all of those buys and acquisitions are going to be working out quite well. So I like to see that. I do. And obviously, we still have other positions on the table, which I won't discuss, but the big winner for us today will be Lululemon in our trading group. Big push to the upside. I love it. I love it, you know. We couldn't have been more bullish and loud about this stock. So the fact that that is ripping is very interesting. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Guys, so let's just let this data set all out. What's really interesting that I'm observing here is that usually in most situations what we've seen is off of big spikes. We've seen those big spikes up and then price action fumbles the gains. We haven't really seen that. We've seen the S&P 500 here kind of consolidate in the upper 25% of this initial impulse candle bar. So that's a very positive sign in the very short term for the market. I like to see that. I do. All right, Micron, that's still pushing to the upside. Very strong. And there's a lot of depressed charts out there. I mean, leading into this, we had a bloodbath on Wall Street. We had so many different tickers getting absolutely smashed right now. And now we're seeing a nice bid. This is kind of what I was expecting. I was expecting a little bit of a bounce yesterday, which we never got. But today, our swing trades will be working out quite nicely, obviously, as long as these gains hold. Let's look at the Russell here, small caps. Small caps are coming in a little bit. But there's an old saying on Wall Street, right? In a bull market, you want to see tech stocks leading. And over the last, I would say, 2 to 3 weeks, we have not seen tech stocks leading. We've actually seen the NASDAQ here, QQQ, lagging immensely. Since it put in this high pivot on October 29th, which is exactly the same high pivot as Nvidia put up here, the NASDAQ tech has been lagging this market. You've received some relative strength performance out of other aspects of the market. You've seen the S&P, you've seen RSP, so which is actually healthy. I mean, it doesn't usually work where the S&P is leading the bull market. You like to see the Nasdaq lead the bull market. But from a technical and fundamental standpoint, with RSP, which is kind of money rotating into your other sectors of the market, healthcare, financials, industrials, materials, it's broadened out the market. And since the mega cap tech has sold off quite immensely, you look at Nvidia, that's sold off quite sharply over a number of weeks. You look at Amazon. Amazon had that breakout, but it's been faded and sold off. You look at Meta. Meta is basically still going through some choppy price action down here. The only tech stock that has been trending recently is Tesla. Apple has even pulled back over the last number of couple weeks here. Google, which was ridiculously strong, has pulled back over a couple weeks here. So again, Microsoft has been choppy. Now we could be entering a phase where tech is going to start to take some leadership again. And then if tech starts to take some leadership, we all know that this market could absolutely rip to the upside. So it's going to be super interesting to see what happens here, that's for sure. All right, so right now you got Amazon up 1.57% in the pre-market, guys. This is another stock I'm very bullish into that holiday season, Santa Claus rally. If you believe in e-commerce, you think about all the facts that you think about all the people ordering packages, deliveries, online gift shopping. It's a huge market that I think is going to be very reflective in their next earnings call, which again, their next earnings is end of January, so they're going to take into account all the Christmas holiday sales. So I like Amazon moving forward here. What's so funny is I heard last night we sent out the long alert for Amazon yesterday, and then I had a phone call with my father, and he says, "Yeah, I had to buy an Amazon Prime membership for the fast delivery service." And this is a guy who never ever has these streaming packages or delivery services. But he's like, "I had to order it for the holiday season." So, if there's people like my father who don't use these services and all of a sudden having to use them just for the holiday season, there's probably going to be an uptick in memberships for Amazon. Microsoft is right now up 0.78% in the pre-market. Let's look at Apple. Apple's your lagger today. Apple's only up 0.2% in the pre-market, so not that big of a move for Apple. You got Meta right now up 0.95%, closing at 649.50, trading at 655.70 in the pre-market, almost 1%. Tesla's still super strong right now. Tesla is actually leading the mega cap tech once again. So Tesla is up 2.19%. And what's crazy is Tesla put in that new all-time high just yesterday, right? Off of that spike. Well, you put in two new all-time highs. You got that new all-time high candle on Tuesday. Then you made a new all-time high yesterday, but it reversed pretty hard off of a bearish engulfing candle. And now you're seeing Tesla gapping up and leading the charge. So Tesla has a ton of momentum. I still think that it could even retest this high pivot and take it out. There's a lot of open interest on the option chain around $500. So Tesla's still looking fairly strong, in my opinion. All right, so we'll keep Tesla on watch. That could trend today, especially if interest rates stay somewhat soft. All right, what else do we have going on? The VIX is getting crushed. Silver's slightly negative in the pre-market. Gold just turned positive. Crude oil still negative. Nat gas up 1%. Netflix slightly green. Again, the usual stocks are running, guys. JP Morgan's green, Carvana's green, SMH is up 3%. Yeah, when you have the semiconductors ripping, it's going to be hard for this market to sell down today, especially since we've coming off of a nasty bloodbath yesterday. Enphase solar stocks are ripping, Home Depot's ripping, Affirm buy now, pay later. That stock is doing quite well, trying to break out here on the daily chart. Gold miners are seeing some distribution today, so you do have some weakness in GDX this morning, which is kind of surprising since the dollar is fairly weak right now. Did it rebound? Although yeah, the dollar is still pretty weak. Slightly off of its lows, but still trading near the lows. Let's see what else we got going on. As always, guys, if there's any observations, feel free to put them in the chat. I'll take a peek at them if you want me to look at any sort of stocks. So my sense, you looking at Oracle? Yeah, Oracle's been hit. So Oracle's an interesting one because they are burdened with the miss on their revenue from their last earnings report. And then they are strapped with a whole bunch of debt. I mean, behind the scenes of the stock, Oracle has had a massive explosion in their bonds. A lot of their bonds are starting to, the rate of change is starting to increase exponentially. And that's because investors in the bond market are quite scared of Oracle's debt load. That being said, Oracle's always going to get financing for their deals. And how they're going to do that, they're going to dilute the stock. So Oracle's in a situation where smart investors know the stock is probably going to continuously get maybe one or two more dilutions to fund these deals. So let's say they have to put out, I think it's 10 billion for the TikTok deal, the co-partnership deal. Where are they gonna get that money from? They're gonna get that money from the bond market. How's the bond market gonna get paid back? Likely from a net dilution shelf offering. So the debt offering for Oracle is a backdrop that can be certainly nasty. You just got to be careful with that. So I don't really like Oracle yet. I know it's tempting down here, extremely oversold. Backtesting a weekly chart EMA, you might get a bounce back to say 211, 210 with strong market. But just remember, I think that the Oracle board, any sort of positive counter trend rally, they're probably going to announce a debt offering. So it's a tricky one. It's a very tricky one. Their debt load is high, very, very high right now. So I personally just staying away from them from now. Where I think they could ultimately go, Oracle, where I would consider taking them on the long side, is around 150. 150 is where I think that we could get a retrace to. 150 would be, yeah, 150 I think is a decent area for Oracle. So just be cautious with Oracle. That's all I can say. I really just don't like it that much. It's a tough name to get behind. In my opinion, it's very, very tough. So I think there's better names out there, a little bit better risk to reward than Oracle. Yeah, just a bounce. I would say in and out. I don't think this is going to be the low. Again, you might get a pretty big bounce. You might get a 5-10% bounce here because it is super oversold. You're already bouncing. Maybe even back to the gap, but I still think that we're going to take out this low on Oracle. Just the stock, I think once they announce the full acquisition of TikTok, when that goes through, and I think it's supposed to go through 2026, I have to dive a little bit deeper into the research behind it. But once that deal goes through, then I think you could look to buy into it. Because then they'll start relying on TikTok revenues. They won't need as much cash to finance a deal, but their capex has just been higher. Oh yeah, that was another thing they announced. They're building out huge AI data infrastructure centers. So I remember reading their last report. The street was expecting roughly 8 billion in capex spending, and they ended up coming in at 12 billion. I mean, when you surprise the street with an extra 40% in capex, I mean, you're asking for your stock to get rocked. So again, it's a tough thing for Oracle for sure. All right, we got 20 minutes till the open, guys. We've covered a lot of stocks, so I'm gonna just scan with my eyes. If there's any sort of stocks and questions you want me to take a peek at, let me know. Happy to look at some stocks. We've covered a lot this morning since CPI, so feel free to put any requests, tickers. Feel free. So far, that S&P, guys, is holding quite steady here. I like it. I like it a lot. Grinding near the highs. This is a positive sign for the market. It's not really selling off at all. QQQ just made a new pre-market intraday high. Micron still grinding. Lululemon still grinding. I like it. Nvidia still grinding here quite nicely. Quite nicely. Let's go. That S&P is super strong. I mean, wow, it would be crazy. So we swung 680 calls in the option trading group. SPY 680 calls for Jan 16th. That would be crazy. If we can get them in the money today, that would be a nice gain. 680 calls. That would be crazy. I'd love to see this market close at the highs of this session today. Let's see what else we got going on here. So key points from the CPI, the consumer price index rose at a 2.7% annualized rate last month, a delayed report from the Bureau of Labor and Statistics. Blah, blah. Core CPI, which strips out the food and energy prices, was also cooler. Yep. Let's just see what else. So this was the first report that encompasses the period during which the US government was shut down. The stoppage disrupted the data collection process in that time. It also led to the cancellation of the October CPI report. This data was originally expected to be released on December 10th. Because the October CPI was canceled, this report did not have all the usual data points of a typical CPI release. In other words, it was cooked and rigged. The BLS said it was unable to retroactively collect the October data, but it did use more non-survey data sources to make the index calculations. They love changing these reports. A tame CPI will reinforce the Fed is focused on protecting the employment market. Yep. All right, that's that. Let's see what other headlines are making. Again, Trump announced the Warrior Dividend for all U.S. military active personnel. Wasn't much in his speech last night that I would say was worth really focusing on. It was fairly muted. Natural gas softening quite a bit here, guys, in the pre-market. So certain stocks have held value and continue to rise. Certain commodities like gold and silver have seen some more distribution. Natural gas has fallen a little bit. Crude oil is still weak. Bitcoin's backed off a little bit. Tech and S&P stocks are still holding most of their strength right now. So it's again another positive. We got 10 minutes here till the open. Well, 11 minutes till the open. $11 minutes till the open. And we're set for a huge gap up. Big gap up. Morning, Peter. Dom C saying one more down day, I think. I don't know, Dom. Pretty strong gap up. It's looking pretty decent here. We'll see. Anything can happen, but that's monstrous. You got Goldilocks numbers, and they're cooked the numbers. They said it themselves. They cooked the numbers. They had basically the CPI was calculated much, much differently this go around. And so again, we're set for a big gap up this morning, guys. 677.43 already on SPY. You've got pretty much everything ripping to the upside today. Good morning, Ram. JP. So we'll see if they can start to save this candle on a weekly chart basis. The bulls still want to see a recapture and close above the gap fill. Right around that gap fill on SPX is the 50-day and 20-day. So you might get a little bit of profit taking off of the open, but I'm still anticipating a very, very strong day today. I don't think we're going to sell off like we did yesterday. You might get a little bit of selling off of the open. I could see us maybe retesting this 675. That's that bigger support level, but I'm still expecting us to hold the majority of these gains today. Again, it was a very, very light CPI this morning. You also got a Goldilocks jobless number, initial jobless claims. You did have the manufacturing data coming a little bit weaker, so the tailwinds are in place for the market to kind of rally into tomorrow. But we'll see. We've seen nasty gap ups this year, so nothing's out of the question. But I am still bullish. Let's plug this in. Here we go, ladies and gents. Here we go. Market is set to open here. S&P 500 gapping up tremendously, breaking out of that down sloping trend line of resistance. Again, there's going to be some profit taking off of the open. Naturally, when you get a gap up this big, the prudent thing to do for short-term traders is to take their profits and run and reassess. But we're strong. We are super strong, guys. It's a crazy, crazy day. Amazon is gapping up through its 7-day moving average. Nvidia still looks poised for higher price. Crazy. Look at that S&P. Holy moly. We squeezing, baby. We squeezing. Wow, it's a sea of green out there. Micron still up 13%, guys. Crypto's ripping. VIX getting compressed. Donald Trump's even making money on his SPAC company. You got mega cap tech leading the charge. QQQ up 1.68%. IWM in second place, leading the charge higher as well. Beautiful price action in the tape. If you are long, come on, SPY. Imagine we hit to 680. We will pull some of the options data. Nike catching a bid. Nvidia seeing a little bit of softening in price. Market is still super strong. You now have the S&P 500. SPX is back above its 20-day moving average, heading to 6,800. Look at the squeeze in the market. We are flying to the high side, guys. Calls are printing. Big, big push here today on Wall Street. We are absolutely flying to the upside and bullish. You still got a lot of names that can push. Apple's still negative. That could go green. JP Morgan's flat. I'm expecting that to potentially go green. But this type of a push here, you might see some backing and filling here, guys. That would not surprise me. That would not surprise me. Crazy. I'm up 28% on my Lulu Commons. It's going to get a little bit of profit taking here, but I still like it a lot. I want them to push this market. Again, expect a little bit of profit taking, but I'm not expecting the market to collapse like we've seen. It's just there's a lot of strength out here, guys. There's a ton of strength. Ton of strength. Crazy. Beautiful price action here, guys. I like it a lot. Let's see, what are our Lulu calls doing? We have 100% on our Lulu 300 calls, but I'm looking for much, much more on that. We've caught a beautiful breakout entry on those Lulu calls. I mean, look at Lululemon. It's coming in a little bit here, but strong gap up. Let's look at Micron real quick. MU still holding quite steady. Apple's dumping here. So imagine Apple makes a reversal up here. What it's going to do for the S&P 500. So you are seeing a little bit of profit taking in some mega cap tech names. Baba's up nicely. Nvidia softening a little bit. There is some profit taking creeping into the market, but we're still fairly strong across the board. Nuclear stocks doing well. Wow, Rocket Labs is just a beast. RKLB, guys. I mean, up 7% today. Should have bought that name. I was waiting for a little bit more. We've traded Rocket Labs quite intensely recently. All right, SPY has a little bit of distribution happening here, guys. A little bit of distribution. We'll see if we, how deep they want to sell us off today. A little bit of profit taking, which is the natural thing to expect here in the market. Apple getting hit. Netflix is now negative. Financials are still doing well. QQQ still up 1.5%. IWM still up 1.53%. Amazon up 2%. Microsoft up 1%. Nvidia up 1.6%. Google up 1.5%. Meta up 1.5%. Tesla up 2%. Tesla and Amazon, your consumer discretionary basket, is outperforming the market right now. A little bit of a distribution candle in your S&P. I still think it's A-OK. UNG has gotten faded a little bit. Trump's DJT still holding steady. Webull up 3%. Snapchat 1.5%. Bitfarms up 6%. Mara up 2.2%. SMR having a stellar day up 6%. Crazy. Serve Robotics, that's ripping. Canopy Growth up another 13.5%. Interesting. CGC into that short zone again. We shorted CGC yesterday. Yeah, insiders enjoying DJT for sure. But CGC, we shorted that yesterday and the stock is absolutely ripping right now. Getting a little bit of a pullback here in the tape. The market right now, SPX, getting rejected off of its 20-day moving average. So that's usually a big area. You're at a deviation band 1, standard deviation band 1 on SPY. So I'd like to see this area hold. Big zone here for the S&P 500. A little bit of profit taking again. Apple's getting hit pretty hard here, guys. Apple's really weighing in on the market right now. But I'm expecting us to retest the high of that candle. So this opening range high, I still think we can retest the high of that candle. At some point, Apple's gonna probably bounce and firm up here. Nvidia seeing some distribution. Let's see how Micron's doing. MU guys, Micron's still holding near the highs. It looks like Micron's going to give us a new all-time high today. Since money flowing in stocks, dust? Yeah, so we looked at GDX off the open. It was weak. Gold is actually negative right now. You can see gold had a dip, but bouncing. Gold's still very tricky here because you have the DXY dollar week on the session and you have yields week. It's a tough short intraday for gold. Intraday, it's a tough short. You know, GDX is moving back to the upside here. So again, I don't know if I like dust right now because the dollar, if you see the dollar starting to maybe firm up and recapture, I would look for, let me just isolate the level. If the dollar can recapture pre-market low 98.36, then maybe dust would be a good short, or sorry, a good long. But GDX right now is acting very well, and it's a tough short. It's a tough short for sure. But we'll see what happens. All right, your SPX is getting some more sell side pressure off that 20-day moving average. You're still above your 50 on your SPX. 50-day moving average is sitting at 67.65. So we're about 10 points higher, 13 points higher. I still think the markets can push higher today, but we are getting a nasty little rejection so far. Harsh 10-minute selling. Big push to the downside here so far. Certain semiconductors, Nvidia seeing some distribution. Apple, guys, Apple's taking it on the chin today. Look at Apple free falling. Head and shoulders on the 10-minute chart that triggered here has already played out with force. I mean, they just took Apple to the woodshed today. Oh my goodness. But we've seen this song and dance before, guys. Usually when they take Apple down, they keep semi-strong, right? You had two head and shoulders on Apple. I'm surprised I missed this, but hourly triggered, broke down, intraday 10. I mean, and then there's potentially a bigger one that could set up, but you would have to now bounce somewhat very soon here, which would create a right shoulder potential formation. So, wow, they just killed Apple today. Absolutely killed it. But Apple's probably going to get a bounce here. The bounce should occur somewhat very soon here. And then you could maybe have another head and shoulders formation on your hourly chart forming. But wow. Crazy how much liquidation. All right, SPY defending. We have an opening 10-minute candle here. So here come all of the orb traders, guys. Opening range breakout. Orb looked like we were going to break that 10-minute low. They're reversing it back up here. So we have our OR low, we have our OR high now. Let's see what we get here for price action. Could still seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Silver big drop. Yeah, silver big drop. Gold coming in hard. So maybe dust is gonna sell off here. Yeah, gold and silver definitely coming in hard here. Silver's down 1.69% and falling to the downside. So there's definitely quite a bit of sell side pressure hitting the tape right now. Wow. Yeah, look at silver here, guys. Nasty drop, looking like Apple as well. Gold, nasty drop. Pump up, drop. Liquidity trap. Boom. So yeah, GDX might be a short. Dust might be a long. It could be. Again, just keep your tight stop. Keep your stops tight because there's still a backdrop for algorithms to buy up gold and silver with the weaker dollar and weaker yields. I'd like to see the dollar recapture pre-market low 98.36, which it's trying. We're still below it, but it's going to try. All right, S&P 500 coming in a little bit. So call wall for SPY 680, 2.8 billion, sorry, 2.1 billion GEX. Huge resistance at 280. Put wall 670, 1.1 billion on SPY. We are still seeing rejection off of these daily chart resistance on your S&P. I still think that this could be an aggressive long here, guys. I think that we could float back to the high. They are trying to chop this market down a little bit. They are chopping us down a little bit. Still seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Dark pool print 677.54. Thank you. So our dark pool print 677.54. Come on. Recapture opening range low. Recapture it. And push. They did a nice little sweep there. We ripping, guys. We ripping. Come on. Push us back to the highs. High of day retest. High of day retest. See if we can get a bounce here. They're still trying to see some distribution in the market right now. Come on. They're trying to chop us down here a little bit. Little signs of accumulation, guys. Signs of some small accumulation. Come on, come on. We are long 678 0 DTEs in the S&P group. We pretty much bought off of this 1 minute candle at $1.10 entry. Boom, big rip. I just trimmed half of my SPY calls. $1.38. Trade is risk-free. Beautiful little scalp there. Beautiful. Getting an alert on Tempest AI. Let's see what that stock is doing. I'll check it out here on this other screen. Tempest. Ooh, Tempest, guys. This is very intriguing to me. I like this name a lot, guys. Tempest AI falling to the downside. Wow, Amazon still strong. NASDAQ still strong. S&P coming in a little bit. Apple's trying to bounce. Google softened up a bit. Tesla, Meta still doing well. Microsoft still doing well. Nvidia's pulled back quite a bit. So that was a nice little scalp, guys. We caught a 25% bounce there on some 0 DTEs. I'm all out of the trade. The runners got stopped out. We are falling now a little bit more. Tempest AI, eh? Very, look at that sell program in Tempest. That's pretty crazy. Still into a pretty big area for the market, but we are trying to crack that opening range low, which is never a good sign in the very short term. Definitely have some distribution hitting certain stocks. Still a lot of green out there, but a lot of stocks have seen some profit taking and pullbacks. I still think we can press back to the highs here, guys. All right, let's pull this SPX chart back up here. Again, yesterday was a rough day for me personally trading in the S&P group. I lost some money on some 0DTE calls. I traded from a greedy place, but it was a small position in relative to my portfolio. Obviously, it's never nice losing any money, but I was trading from a place of making a couple grand on CGC short, then losing on the S&P. But we just made that back. We swung some 673 SPY calls in the group, netting a nice gain. We just traded this little bit of a 0DTE bounce here for 25%. In the options trading and investing group, we did accumulate quite a bit of longs. I'm still long the S&P 500. I have 680 calls. We took them yesterday in the S&P 500 down at these lows down here. So I still think the market has quite a bit more upside left in the tank. Let's see if the S&P SPX can get back above that 20-day moving average. Big push here. Big push. Nvidia is starting to get going. Microsoft ripping. Apple still down 1.1%, but likely going to press here. My upside target today, guys, for the market, where we could head to is 680.31. 680.31 on the S&P 500, kind of near that prior day. So it's going to be interesting. It's going to be very interesting. We're coming into that dark pool print area on SPY, so there'll be a lot of action here. Quite a bit of action off that dark pool print. We are back above opening range low. That's bullish, guys. That's bullish in the short term. I think if you get a pullback here, it can be bought. Next pullback here, I think can be bought. You could use this now, this 5-minute impulse green candle is your stop loss. So any sort of closes below this candle now would be your next stop if you're wanting to chase this market long. So I think the market's still setting up for a test of the highs and likely this value area. Let me just make sure that value area low. No, the value area low is way lower now. It's at 670.53. Wow. Crazy how one day can change key levels. Our value area high now on SPY is 6 for the week is 686.96. Let's do that as well. Let's duplicate this, clone it. Market's full bull, guys. Full bull. That initial selling has now pretty much completed. Wow, we ripping, guys. 677.50. We're holding that 50-day like a champ. Amazon ripping, guys. AMZN ripping to the upside. I like it a lot. Gold and silver still a little bit weak. You've had Netflix turn green. Imagine Apple goes green today, guys, where the S&P could be. If they take Apple green today, this market could fly. Look at Apple tagging its 50-day moving average today, piercing it. But imagine they try to take Apple green. That would be something else for sure. Oops. Market's still trying to trend here, trying to get through that dark pool print on your SPY. Big spot. Big spot for sure. Amazon's looking solid as well. Look at Amazon going for another high of day breach and retest. It's looking solid. Nvidia's trying to get itself off the ground. Go, go, go. Everything's pretty much bouncing so far. Your UVXY is down 3.61%. SLV trying to bounce a little bit on your 10-minute chart. Weekly chart on SLV is still ridiculously extended. Daily chart coming in a touch here. Crypto stocks are still acting quite well. You got BTC still holding the majority of its gains. Nice pullback on Bitcoin, setting up potentially for another leg higher here. Interesting. Nike having a good day. CGC still ripping, guys. 230 on deck, trying to clear those highs from yesterday. Crazy. Lululemon still holding majority of its gains. My common shares are ripping. Wow, look at Starbucks today, guys. Hold my coffee. I need another sip of my coffee here. That is a crazy print on Starbucks. Yep, gold selling. The dollar's actually trying to test that pre-market low. So I can't remember who was asking for dust. I think it was my Sensi. Yeah, you were asking about dust. There might be, you know, there might be a short. It's risky because GDX still responds well to a positive market. You know, gold's still fairly elevated. Even with a 1% pullback, gold miners are still ridiculously strong. Look at the market, 678 on deck. We going for new highs, baby. Ripping. We are ripping. Our 680 calls that we swung in the options group are absolutely flying. I love it. I love it. Rip it. We could go much higher. If Nvidia tests the high of day, if Apple tests the high of day. Again, my max extension move for the day today. I have a key level 680.29-ish. I mean, if we really set to squeeze, guys, our volume weighted average price for the week that I'm using is 681.68 on SPY. This is getting real filthy. Give us that new high of day. Give it to us. Give it to us. Look at the squeeze, guys. Holy moly. Big buy pressure in the market. That 680 call wall is huge, guys. There's going to be a lot of resistance at 680, a massive 2.1 billion call wall that we posted in the group. It's huge there. So if we test 680, that's likely an initial short zone. But if you get through that 680 call wall, this market is going to squeeze. So that 680, if we push up there, that's a good short zone. It's a good short zone at 680 initially for a quick pullback. But if you start getting some 5-10 minute closes through that 680 call wall, oh my goodness, the shorts are going to get cooked. Absolutely cooked. Amazon up 2.5% and squeezing, baby. Amazon. That was another position we bought long yesterday. Ripping. Nvidia trying to rip even more now. Nvidia still, I think, can take out the high. This market, oh, I'd love to see our SPY 680 calls in the money today. That would be absolutely beautiful. Beautiful. Go, go, go. This market's still trying to push a little bit. Come on, give us a new high of day, baby. Give us a new high of day. I want to see it. I want to see it. Go, go, go. Silver and gold bouncing a little bit. Micron still seeing a little bit of distribution. Look at our Lululemon, guys. This thing is just a monster. Popping. Popping. Absolutely a clinical. Again, almost at that daily 200 moving average. I wouldn't be surprised to see it hit that 228 level today. You're coming into that massive resistance pivot. This is one, I mean, we were hammering it since its last earnings report, guys. We said buy Lulu. It's a no-brainer. Tuck it away. I put in 4% of my portfolio in common shares and a little bit of exposure in options. My $300 calls for next year, January 2027, are already up 100%, and I got nothing but time on those. Common shares, oh, these could print. I mean, I could see us hitting 273, this gap window. We still have that massive gap fill around that 330 zone on Lulu. Crazy momentum. Lululemon. Very solid. Profitable. Revenue was slowly waning, but compared to the other consumer discretionary names in the space, it's crazy. All right, guys, your SPX is still trying to trend here. Let's see if it's above its 20-day. No, we're not above the 20-day just yet. Just yet. Let me pull this back a little bit. Keep messing around with this. Wow. Come on, rip it. Still have a massive amount of exposure on the SPY 680 call wall is ridiculously big, guys. Ridiculously big. We're back above opening range low. Still haven't cleared opening range high. So this is still a chop fest for those opening range breakouts and breakdown traders, the orb traders. A lot of market participants use that. Here we go. Come on, Nvidia, get your big ass up off the ground. Canopy growth still ripping. My oh my, is there a short on CGC here? There might be. There might be a short. I might short the 250 strike zone. Yeah, I might consider shorting 250 if we hit up there on CGC. 250 strike zone. You likely get some profit taking off that next 250 area. Yep, financials are flying. Still a sea of green out there, guys. We are above SPY's standard deviation band 1. Next stop is 680 call wall, and then it's your VWAP. I mean, that's crazy. Huge discrepancy between calls and puts out the money. Big sway in terms of puts out the money. It's about a 2-to-1 ratio right now. Again, so far, market makers will make more money if they keep pushing the market higher here. 2-to-1 ratio between puts and calls out of the money. Huge amount of puts out of the money still. Huge amount of puts. Come on, SPY, rip us. Keep going. Guys, we're looking super bullish. Still super bullish. Yeah, gold's still coming in. Crude oil weak. Nat gas is giving up a large amount of its gains. Apple still down about 1%. Tesla ripping up 2.84. Meta up 2.12. Google up 1.25. Nvidia up 1.42. Still chopping around. Amazon bull mode up 1.37. Dust is dropping. Yeah, like I said, I mean, you have the weaker dollar right now. Take a look at what I mentioned, right? I said you got to watch for this DXY to get above this pre-market low. We grinded up to pre-market low, and now we're getting rejected off of that area. So again, that's why dust is dropping, right? That Dixie is everything for gold and silver. And right now the Dixie could be setting up another bear flag pattern here, H pattern. So the dollar is pretty weak right now. You know, you got the 10-year yield down 0.7, you got 2 yield down 0.83. The CPI inflation report was so soft, although they probably cooked the data a little bit. It is what it is. We're trading what's in front of us, and the dollar's looking fairly bearish. The dollar would start to regain some key levels if it can get back above that pre-market high. So for now, you know, algos are bidding up gold because the dollar's weak. And look at how gold and the dollar are moving inversely. Gold at pre-market high, dollar at pre-market low. So if this starts to drop, gold is going to start to rip here again, right? Gold will likely tag its prior day high if the dollar falls back to its prior day low. So it's highly correlated. Highly. But until we get some sort of, 5-10 minute candle close, I'd like to see 10 minutes and then a confirmed break. That's pretty much the dollar staying firm here. All right, S&P getting a pullback here. Let's see if this pullback gets bought. This is kind of the entry if you're bullish to take. I'm going to look to take some Lotto 680 zero DTEs. I think we can challenge that call wall. I think we can challenge that call wall. How much are we going to retest here? Where is my entry? All right, so we are testing the 10 minute. All right, I'm going to look at some 680 SPY calls. We are dumping here. All right, they are selling the market a little bit here. Pretty hard sell side candle hitting the SPY tape right now. A little bit of rejection initially. We'll see if they can bounce it. I think we're grabbing some more longs here. This is kind of your back test and entry. We'll see if we can hold that opening range low. Nvidia is seeing a little bit of softening. I still think we can push higher in the tape, but for now looking a little bit nasty off of that rejection pullback opening range high. Let's see if they give us a higher low to retest that opening range high. So we had our high candle pull back, a retest of opening range high, just missed it, pulling back, retracing some of this liquidity. Come on, bounce here, bounce here. Still seeing sellers off of that 50-day, sorry, the 20-day moving average, still holding the 50-day. Finally bullish on gold. I've been bullish on gold for a while. It's just gone a little bit higher over the last month than I anticipated. I've been accumulating gold myself since about 1700. Physical, silver too. But it's gone a little bit too high. I think there's a big consolidation window that's going to take place in gold. Market's pulling back quite a bit here. Still seeing if we can hold this opening range low. Pretty big pullback. Micron coming in hard. Semis are seeing a little bit. Yeah, I think gold's had its huge move up. I mean, it's gone through this crazy short squeeze, and I get it. But I always keep 10%. I sold a large chunk of my physical metals. Um, I think it was this candle here, October. I'd have to check my receipt. Um, but I always hold. I mean, I preached for years, 10% of your equity or net worth in gold and silver is pretty wise. Physical. Since I started this channel, I preach that. But yeah, I thought gold was gonna stop around this 38 to 3900 area. It's squeezed higher than I thought, for sure. But I'm not buying up here physical. Absolutely not. You know, if you understand how gold moves, if it moves like it did here in basically a couple years, it's gonna take a while to digest this gain. You know, gold in like 2 years, 140%. That's an exogenous move. Doesn't usually happen, right? You saw it over here, and then look what happened, right? A multi-year chop breakout. So I think there could be a multi-year chop period in gold. But it's tough, right? Gold takes a while. It's a slow-moving asset. I mean, you look at this massive base here. Gold had this huge spike off of the lows down here. You know, what is a 182% rally, 1236 bucks. This is a 2500 point move. It could be making that, it could be a couple years until gold breaks out. I think we've reached a bit of a high. Maybe you sweep it a little bit, but it's a tough trade to go long right now. I don't think it's worth going long. Miners, on the other hand, if gold holds its price up here, it helps miners' cash flow. If oil remains weak, it still holds its. No, it's not bullish if you see multi-year chop. It's bullish if it holds the majority of those gains and consolidates. But I think the upside is limited right now on gold. I don't think it's going to move too much more. The big institutional run, big players have been positioned for quite a long time. Now you're getting more FOMO, late people chasing to the party. But I think the big move is done, and you'll go through some short-term areas of consolidation. Your dollar is starting to perk up here, guys. S&P still trying to hold that opening range low. Micron coming in pretty hard. Your semis are starting to lose a little bit of momentum. Apple's still down 1%. So this is that 5-minute candle retest. This is your bullish backtest. It's another area to try to take on the long side of the market here. So again, the bulls don't want to lose this 5-minute candle here, guys. I am back in 680 SPY calls with the tight stop, 0 DTEs. Meta short? No, I don't think it is. Micron seeing quite a bit of selling here intraday. That's coming in hard. MU seeing quite a bit of sell side pressure. S&P still getting rocked here. See if we hold this support channel. You're still trying to hold your opening range low. You're trying to get above it. On your smaller time frames, it's a little bit of a battleground here. SPX is still holding the 50, but sandwiched between the 20. Market is still digesting some of these gains. Apple's trying to bounce a little bit. Amazon putting in a bit of a bull flag pattern here. Here we go. Come on, rip it back higher here. Nice push. Nice push, guys. Big push. Our calls are printing, guys. Huge push. Guys, I took 35% on my 680 calls there. Stop at break even. Beautiful. Let's let these runners ride here. New high of day incoming. Potential W formation. Very bullish on SPY. Let's rip it. Come on, rip it higher. We look like we're going to test the high of day here. Here we go. Calls are ripping, guys. Calls are ripping. Come on, give us a new high of day. Come on, SPY, give us a new high of day. Again, I'm in 680 zero DTE calls. 36 cents entry. I took 35% on half the position. Stop is at break even. I think we can get a new high of day here. Come on. Give us another high of day retest here. Give it to us, S&P. You got a nice W formation. If this W formation breaks out, guys, we should rip here in the market. We're back above that SPY dark pool print, guys. Market is full bull mode and squeezing higher now, guys. Amazon, new high of day. Nvidia breaking a flag pattern here. We looking ridiculously strong here. Blast off, guys. We're not even at a high of day yet. Look at that S&P ripping. Squeeze it. Squeeze this market higher. Give us a new high of day. We haven't even taken out the high of day yet, but we're close. We are close. Go, 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 go. Apple joining the party, guys. All right, guys, I am all out of my SPY calls. 107% gain on that pop. Boom. And I still think we can go higher, but mega trade. Beautiful if you caught that with us. That was an S&P 500 group. If you haven't joined the group, yes, it was rough, but we have crushed it today from JP swinging 673s printing. We just loaded up on 2 0DTE trades. We printed on those 680s. Look at that move. We're now testing and breaking through our opening range high. What a ripper, guys. What a ripper in the market. Dang, dang, welcome. How about coin? What are you looking at coin for? A short or a long? I would say, considering crypto's oversold, coin's probably a long. You might try to get one more test of the lows, but BTC definitely firming up here. Not a bad spot. Whoa. Yeah, you're sitting on huge weekly chart support. I think coin is safe to go long on a weekly chart basis. My stop loss, if I were to trade coin, would be this green candle here. Any sort of an hourly, or you can give it a little bit more room, but a 4-hour close below is your stop. Wow, what a rip, guys. What a rip. I'm still swinging in my SPY 680 calls in the swing trading group. My options trading group, my SPY 680 calls that we took yesterday are ripping. Absolutely flying. Nvidia calls are ripping. Amazon long is ripping. Those are the 3 trades that we went long. We swung SPY 680 calls for January. We swung Nvidia 180 calls for next year. And we bought Amazon on the long side. And all stocks are trading exceptionally well. Yeah, natural gas, I'm still long Boyle. I like natural gas. Nothing's changed there. It's a bit of a pullback today. But natural gas is just building out a little bit of a base here. You don't want to see it bounce too quickly, too hard. I think that there's a strong chance that nat gas can actually go back to the highs of the chart, which is a bold call. Not a lot of people are saying that, but you want to see it kind of just consolidate here and build a base. You don't want to see it move up too quickly. But nat gas is still looking positive in my opinion. It's holding daily 200 support. It's holding some weekly chart moving averages. Why natural gas is getting sold off today is look what area you just tagged today. Daily chart resistance, your 7-day moving average. It pierced it, coming back in. So it needs to digest a little bit of intraday gains to make its next move higher. Yeah, inventories in 2 minutes. Thank you for the reminder. Thank you for the reminder. Actually, we'll keep nat gas on watch then. But look at that S&P chart, guys. Absolutely just a monster ripping to the upside here. I mean, next stop is going to be the top of this channel. Ho, ho, ho. Wow. Look at them push it. New highs. We're clearing highs in the market, guys. Clearing highs in the market. Again, we called out that little long down here. A lot of people had opportunity. Natural gas inventories right now, so far it is dumping. on the inventory report. Let's see what is the report saying here. Nasty little rejection. Usually, just like FOMC, the first move is usually the wrong move in nat gas inventories. It has a high probability of reversing the first reaction candle. So initial drop, still holding above your prior day high, pre-market low. That's a good sign. You can see how it's getting gobbled up. I don't even have the report yet. It's a little bit delayed right now. They're giving it ahead of some of the other institutional traders there. Interesting. Look at the market pushing, guys. Oh my goodness gracious me. What a push. Wow, we're squeezing, guys. We are squeezing. Come on, SPY. SPY's going for that 680 call wall that we mentioned. You got full bullish price action in Nvidia now. Nvidia is starting to rip. Still waiting for this inventory. I don't know why they haven't released it yet. If anyone has the natural gas inventory report, feel free to put it in the chat. I'm still waiting for it on my end here. Don't know if it's just my system that's slow. I don't think so. But, oh my goodness, look at this market, guys. We ripping. We ripping. Rip it. Do 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 do. Our SPY calls are printing. We're up over 25% on our SPY swing trade. And we have till January 16th on those 680 calls. Our Nvidia calls are now waking up. Our 180s are ripping since Nvidia is breaking out to the high side. Look at Apple. What did I say? I said if they take Apple green, this market's going to absolutely go bananas and rip. And look what just happened. So 680, guys, is a very aggressive call wall. It is a short zone, a very aggressive short zone, 680 Pierce even, but pretty solid short zone off that 680 handle. Let's just see where that SPX is trading now on the daily. I'm watching natural gas on my other screen. It's still chopping around to the downside. It hasn't, yeah, push it song, I know. Sometimes when the market's moving in your favor. All right, so nat gas inventories consensus was for a drawdown of, or sorry, a build of 176 billion. It came in at minus 167 billion. So less of a drawdown there. A little bit of a bearish print so far for nat gas, and that's what price action is reflecting. Wow, imagine they take that SPX to 68.21, your 7-day. Oh my goodness, maybe they will. Maybe they'll just burn the shorts. I know a lot of people swung some put options. There's still a ton of out of the money puts, which is what the market makers look for too. Oh my goodness, we're approaching that 680 call wall. Here we go. Let's go. Rip it. Rip it. Fucking natural gas. Come on, natural gas. Get your big butt up there. We got green shoots everywhere, guys. Everywhere. Except for a little bit of your commodity basket is a little bit weaker here. But look at Nvidia starting to squeeze here intraday. Nvidia is looking like a real monster that could be up 3-4%. I mean, easily. Look at this base that Nvidia just built. Rounding base. Pretty big intraday base here for Nvidia. I mean, Nvidia looks like, guys, it's going to clear. The way Nvidia is shaping up here, it looks like they're going to try to clear 178. It looks like the Christmas rally, ho, 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 is happening. Whew. All right, so there's an aggressive short trade off of the 680. 680. This market is full bull. We are ripping. 680 call wall is massive, so there's likely going to be some profit taking off of that zone. And then if we consolidate intraday at that call wall, there's going to be a huge squeeze in the afternoon session if we maintain price above the call wall. So I'm looking at a quick scalp short off that call wall. I'd like to see it pierce it. And I'm playing with profits today. So I'm looking at, I'll take 679 puts. This is very aggressive because we're now shorting a market that is just crazy strong. I mean, it's ridiculously strong right now. So I'm looking at 679 0DT puts at a pierce of the call wall. I'm looking at 679 puts, guys, off that call wall. I mean, this market, though, is tough. I'm seeing a lot of strength across the board. I'm even nervous to short this, so size down. All right, we're coming into that call wall, guys. 680. All right, we just pierced it. Our 680 calls are in the money. Our 680 calls are in the money. There's the pierce of that call wall by a huge degree. Look at the squeeze coming into play here. Holy. We squeezing, guys. We squeezing. This is a crazy move. Crazy move. Crazy. Big squeezing. Our 680 calls, guys, are in the money. Our 680 calls are in the money. It's a swing trade in the options group with members. Trimming half of my SPY calls. Crazy. Here we go. Taking off that prior day. Market's still holding above that 680 call wall. Crazy. Here we go. A little bit of a selling candle hitting the tape. You're dipping, puts are working. Come on, a little bit more, a little bit lower. Break that 680 a little bit. Retrace a little bit more. Come on. Strong tape though, strong tape, guys. So our 680 calls, I trimmed half in the options trading group. Big gain. I'm scalping short, trying to scalp short this little move, but it's a tough tape to short. It's a very tough tape, guys. This market is a monster today. Absolutely. People are frothing at the mouth. Whenever you have these big sell-offs like we've had over the last couple sessions, and then you get positive data, you get FOMO, you get shorts covering, you got Santa Claus rally. They are still trying to squeeze us higher. Oh, crazy. SPX, there's still no bid. Sorry, no sell side pressure. Not much. Not much sell side pressure. SPX still trending. SPY still pushing, dollar softening. Market is still ripping here. New high of day on SPY. Nvidia running into a little bit of prior day high resistance. SPY still a beast. Donald Trump, DJT up 37.25%. That is crazy. Holding and consolidating above that call wall. SPX retesting prior day high. What a freaking rally today, guys. Wow. Natural gas still falling pretty sharply here. You're buying nat gas here. Yeah, it's not a bad area. It's trying to sweep its pre-market low. Not a bad area. I didn't really like the inventory report, but I still think it's okay. There is a little bit of a 10-minute head and shoulders pattern that maybe could take it a touch lower to 385, but yeah, for a swing trade, I mean, it's not a bad area to accumulate in. Come on, give us a little bit of a pullback to go long the market again. I think that there's still a chance we can pull back to our opening range high. We haven't done that bullish back test yet, but this market is a beast. I mean, look how firm that's holding. I'd love to see an opening range high back test, but damn, they want to hold this call wall. It's fucking strong. Super strong. SPX well above 6,800, so let's see if they give us a back test of 68 psychological number. Amazon's still printing. Oh my goodness, Amazon's still ripping here. Apple bouncing sharply off its 50-day. Seeing a little bit of selling, but still trying to hold some value here. Micron coming in a little bit. The market is setting up for a very bullish inverse head and shoulders now, guys. Gosh, this is a crazy session, eh? The swings in this market, like look at this. We're at the high of this red bar candle. This whole entire move has been negated. How crazy is that, right? Come on, will they? So what happens at this call wall is people are taking profits. You're getting a lot more people now buying and chasing, and you're getting a lot of the shorts who are in puts are covering. So you can see, I mean, dips are just being covered at, accumulated, intense price action here, but give us a little bit of a pullback here. Tiny. I'm not asking for much. Even if we get a small pullback, I'm still bullish, guys. Still bullish, but I'm just shorting this little bit of a pop, hoping to scalp, 15, 20% gain here on these SPY puts. Come on, a little bit more, SPY, a little bit more. Let's see, we're holding the top of that channel yet again. Come on, give us a little bit more, SPY. SPY's still holding that call wall like a champ. Wow. Market's still holding like a champ here. Guys, I closed my puts here for a small gain. Um, didn't see the dip I wanted. You are getting a nice little sell candle now, but I still think the market's actually reacting fairly well here. So I took a small gain on my puts, my 679s. You might get a dip, but I don't know. This market's just very strong, very strong. So I took a little bit of profits, protecting some gains, 679 puts. Again, it did work out well, letting it pierce that call wall, shorting it a little bit. Got a little bit of a micro pullback. I just don't know how deep we're going to go. Still seeing a lot of strength across the landscape. Natural gas trying to bounce a little bit here off of pre-market low. It's technically under it. Um, but yeah, this is a tough tape. Tough tape. So if you're shorting it, just be careful. I mean, you might get a bigger pullback, but I still think we can, honestly, I still think we can maybe even push for a new high of day. The way that this structure's setting up here, Amazon just hasn't given any gains back. It's just holding. Apple's almost positive. Tesla's been ripping all day. Meta's been ripping all day. Google's been ripping. So across the landscape, you still got a lot of strength. Lots of strength here. Wow, CGC up massively. So again, we trimmed half our SPY 680 calls, guys. 33% gain. Gonna leave the rest of the position running. So I think we can still push higher. You know what's crazy? I mean, if we get through this 7-day moving average on SPX, next stop is our point of control at 68.47. SPY today could still hit 681.62. So SPY has a volume weighted average price at 681.62. SPY's point of control for the week is at 682.83. So I mean, still seeing dips being bought up here, guys. Crazy. Apple pushing, Amazon still pushing. CGC, I'm so tempted to short CGC again. Very tempted. Temptation is real. $250 though was the level I had on CGC. $250, but it's not quite there yet. Hmm. What is this? Paranovus? It must be great. It says this stock is up 17,500%. No ways. What the hell is this name doing? Look at this ticker, PAVS. What the heck? Look at Chipotle as well. That's still ripping. CMG. Mooning. Starbucks. Breaking out of a base here on Starbucks, guys. Look at that. UPS. Another peekaboo breakout. Ripping. Everything. Except for PayPal. PayPal. I think PayPal's 2026 is going to have a huge year. PYPL. It just hasn't gotten going, but I think 2026 it's going to blast off. At least retrace this earnings high. Natural gas still falling here, guys. Down 1.74%. Reverse split, yeah, thank you, Sarf. Thanks. Yeah, I figured that. All right, Nvidia's still building a 10-minute bull flag pretty early. Apple's still trying to turn positive. Amazon a little bit of top wick distribution. Let's look at Meta here. Meta bouncing off the 200 moving average or slight rejection. Still okay. I think intraday just needs to digest some of these gains. The whole market needs to digest a little bit of this price action, but it's very early on and we're holding a lot of these gains, right? Usually, in most situations when you gap and crack, so massive gap up this morning, we put our opening range high candle, initial sell side profit for those shorter dated traders, and then we broke out through another high of day. That is signaling a bullish structural change yet again in the market. So the odds of us collapsing back to the downside, highly unlikely today. Highly unlikely. I still think that if you get a back test of this opening range high, you'll see a lot of buying pressure come into that zone. But look at the power that we blasted through that OR high through. I mean, that was insane, right? So Meta's still consolidating. Amazon taking a little bit of breather, consolidating. Look how bullish Microsoft is, guys. I mean, at the highs of the session. And Microsoft's into this gap window now, so 492 next stop. I mean, we're fully bully here. Absolutely ripping. Google still trying to rip to the upside here. Looks like it wants to retest that channel. Apple Dapple making a nice bullish recovery on Apple. Apple is now green on the session, which is what we said. So Apple still needs to be monitored for a bigger potential pattern. The negative for Apple is you got that bearish 7 and 20 cross. In order for Apple to turn back to the bullish side of price, it needs to get back above that 7-day moving average. All right. Let's look at the Russell here. Russell, it was leading the S&P, but now the S&P has recaptured some of that bullish liquidity and it's overtaken the Russell. So SPY and Qs are still kind of leading the dance today. Mega cap tech is just ridiculous. Look at Tesla, guys. Tesla mooning here. 486 on deck. Ripping. You know what AVGO is still nasty. Weak. Weighing in on things. That's another one that if Broadcom can catch some liquidity today, it could really push this market to the next level. Still a massive weighting in your SOXX and your SMH. So what's really crazy, guys, is your SOXX is potentially setting up an inverted head and shoulders here intraday. Now, what would it take for this SOXX to break out? Literally one stock, AVGO, to firm up here. You look at the sell side pressure in Broadcom yesterday, doing the good old fashioned, today doing the gap and crack. But if Broadcom firms up here, this SOXX is going to basically blast off here. And trust me, most people are trying to still short this market here, but it's a tough tape. I think that we're going to get a holding of price here and a continuation. I think the short trade is into the end of the day. I'm not looking to short this market today. I'm honestly even tempted to take Lotto 681 SPY calls. I'm very tempted to take some 681s. I think we could easily hit 681 today. What are we at? See if we can get a new high of day. Amazon's looking like it. Apple trying to break a 10-minute flag. Nvidia, nice pullback. Looking ready for a next leg higher. Still lots of green shoots everywhere on the screen. Amazon up 3.26. Natural gas trying to bounce and recapture pre-market low. Your DXY, guys, getting faded again. So your dollar had a nice move through that pre-market low area and getting slapped right back down. What is that doing to gold? Causing gold to break out here intraday. Crazy. Dust looking pretty weak still. All right, look at Amazon go, guys. AMZN starting to rip yet again. Nvidia's had a nice pullback. Let's see if it can break out to a new high of day. Micron's still a little bit weak, chopping around here, but Apple has certainly gained some of that extra liquidity. I mean, Tesla's just doing things on its own here. Absolutely flying to the high side. Look at that, breaking out new high a day. Meta pulled back, looks like it's ready for the next leg higher. Your QQQ still absolutely ripping, fully bully. Wow, here we go. Crazy. We're heading for that 7-day, guys, on SPX. I mean, the support levels that we've cleared today with strength, super impressive. Super, super impressive. Let's go. Contracts are already ripping on SPY. Micron's still chopping around. Amazon, new high of day, baby. SPY going for a new high of day. Holding that 680 call wall like a boss. What do you think? We're hitting 700 by end of year? I mean, it's not out of the question, but it's not my base case. I think that by year end, this value area high 687 will be hit, and then I think we chop. I'd be shocked if we hit 700 by year end. I think there's a lot of interest up there, but it's not my base case to hit 700. I would say between 686 and 690 is where I think we could stall out, and then maybe the first, 1 to 2 weeks of January, we get a huge push into the 700 area. So I don't think 700 is going to hit this calendar year. I think it'll hit in 2026. Amazon's still ripping, guys. Absolutely clearing. Wow. Alibaba's starting to get going. UVXY getting trashed. Silver down 1. Carvana's still strong. JP Morgan's still strong. Oof. Microsoft still ripping. Canopy Growth still ripping. Western Digital still ripping. Nvidia pulling back a little bit more. Starbucks just hit 6% there. Wow. Google's still up. Lululemon's still ripping up 6.1%. Beautiful. I love Lulu. I love Lulu. Natural gas pushing here. What a day, guys. What a day. I was so pissed yesterday with no bounce, losing on my 0DT calls. Today, we bounced back pretty strong. High of day there on SPY. So just some key observations, guys. There's still a lot of puts out of the money today, which is why I don't think the market makers are going to slap this market down anytime soon. What it seems like we're setting up here, guys, is pretty much the opposite of what happened yesterday. So yesterday, they obviously sold it and trended it, grinded it down all day long, trapping 0DT buyers, including myself. The call buyers got wrecked yesterday. And they just grinded it down all day. Look at this chop. I mean, you got your bigger move down, which is replicating what we saw here. And now it seems like they're just going to float and grind us. So there's going to be a lot of times where theta is a real bitch today. It's going to just burn away. But there's still a lot of puts out of the money, which for them, they trapped so much bear liquidity here. All this here, I mean, the amount of people on the put side that are trapped now, thinking that we were going to get a gap down on CPI, a continuation move, trapped. Absolutely trapped. And it just looks like they're doing the opposite playbook of yesterday. There was absolutely no bounce yesterday, tradable bounce. You know, you look at this candle here where we were getting oversold, dropped to 673. I mean, your bounces were so small. So small. So I'm expecting today the pullbacks to be kind of just as small as this trading range here. I wouldn't be surprised if we just chop in a tight range and have an upward leaning bias. So that's just what I'm seeing. You know, yesterday pissed me off. I had to go to the gym. I started the session off so nicely and then lost on my calls. But today we're making it all back, right? Ebbs and flows of the markets, you got to kind of learn. But I just don't see the pullback today. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Gap ups are notoriously fading opportunities, and this has been a monster gap up. But your dollar's weak, yields are weak, inflation under 3%. I think the market's going to rejoice. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know. I think the Christmas rally started today. I think it did. So I'm still bullish the market. You know, maybe you gap down, but again, I still think that you've bounced quite nicely off of daily chart support. And here's the thing, right? Now the market has a higher low to trade against. So on a technical basis, we're forming a wedge pattern on the S&P. We've got a high, a lower high. We've got a low, we've got a higher low. So the market's either searching for a higher high or a lower low. So the bears had a chance to break us. They've kind of fumbled it so far. It's obviously not over. But it looks like the bulls now want to try to maybe press for a higher high. Yeah, Christmas rally is usually the last 7 to 10 days. Some people say it's 5 days, but I usually see it 7 to 10. So basically, there's a strong chance of it because we've sold off into it. 1, 2, 3. So today's the 18th. So tomorrow's 1 day, Monday 2, Tuesday 3, Wednesday 4, Thursday's your Christmas, which is 5 days, trading days. Then Boxing Day is your 6th day. And then there's 7, 8, 9. So there's 9 trading days left. Or I guess, I don't even know what the holiday schedule is. I got to look at this holiday schedule. Let me see. Stock market trading holidays. When are we closed? Are we closed Christmas? I think we are, right? Or is it New Year's? I can't remember. Too many dates. Got Christmas parties I'm trying to remember. All right, so we closed what? New Year's Day. So January 1st, yeah. And Christmas. So yeah, we're closed the 25th. So your Christmas rally technically starts literally today. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 9 trading days left. So 7 to 10 trading days is usually the rally. But it's kind of like a moving target, right? Usually you can rally into Christmas. There could be some extra froth, and there might be a little bit of selling into the year end, call it the 31st and 30th. So the Tuesday, Wednesday next week, you might see a lot of capital start to rotate. And come January 2nd, you're going to see huge rotations. So those last 3 days of the trading year, you'll see a lot of, I think, rotationary trades starting to play out. And then come the first quarter, you'll see massive, massive moves in individual tickers. It's usually the oversold stocks of 2025 get massive bids, and the overbought stocks of 2025 get sold off. Usually. So if you go through your S&P 500 stocks, what are some of your outperformers? Names like Palantir, Robinhood, are some of your outperformers. They typically can be a little bit vulnerable. But we'll see what happens. All right, nice little softening in price so far. All right, guys, and I am going to take a lunch break here. Like I said, I'm pretty much done scalping for the day, unless something falls in my lap. We've nailed quite a number of nice trades today, from swinging calls to playing some 0DT bounces off of this move. We caught a little bit of a put play, a short play off the call wall, but it wasn't much of a gain because look at this range, it didn't fall. Yeah, gold 4,400, ripping up 0.65%, strong as ever. Gold going for a new all-time high. Is that a new all? Not yet. Not yet. It's close. Watch for a potential liquidity sweep off that high. What price are you looking at for gold? I see 43.67, Dom. What chart are you watching? Are you watching futures? Oh, the contract. Okay. Forward-looking contracts, futures contracts. Thought so. All right, guys. Great session. Nice profits taken today. Making back yesterday's losses and then some for myself. Lunchtime for me. Again, I don't really see too much movement. Upside bias still, but slow grind, theta burn. If any crazy trades happen, guys, I'll let you know. I'll jump back on. We did take a couple new positions in the option trading group. So 2 positions for the second quarter of 2026. 2 new positions today. And we did take 33% gain on our SPY 680 calls, still riding half the position. I still like NVIDIA for higher price. I still think NVIDIA is gonna... I actually think NVIDIA is gonna have a first big quarter in 2026. I'm expecting NVIDIA to perform quite well in Q1 2026 of the market. It's had a nice pullback from the highs. You know, at the lows, NVIDIA at that November low, November 25th low, and from the high, NVIDIA's pulled back about 20%. So, world's largest company, 20% pullback in a 4 trill name is big. And I still think that previous earnings high spike around 198 needs to be tested again. And there's a massive daily chart gap going back November 10th. And a lot of people are looking at NVIDIA as a head and shoulders, which, you know, it's there. I can see the case. But I think that this channel is more likely to be support. And I think that there might be a potential double bottom W formation building here on NVIDIA. So we'll see. NVIDIA is the king of negating head and shoulders. Obviously, I'm aware that the weekly 7 and 20 are starting to become a little bit bearish. Sorry, or Cabin saying NVIDIA 270 by second quarter. Holy moly. I wouldn't mind that. I would not mind that. 270? What would that make it, the market cap? 270. That's insane. I don't know about that. That's a 53% move, 54 call it, percent move currently speaking. NVIDIA's market cap 4.26 trillion. Oh my gosh. No, I don't think I'm not positioning myself for that. That would be that was 7.5 trillion. No, no. That would be ridiculous. That would be ridiculous. You know, even when it gets to 5 trillion, if its revenue hasn't shot up even more than what it is now, like I posted that chart, I mean, it's pretty impressive, right? How NVIDIA is still outperforming the majority of people. Let me see, where's that chart that I posted? Yeah, NVIDIA's revenue, 57 billion. So NVIDIA's revenue is just slightly bigger than Meta's. It's smaller than Microsoft's revenue. It's smaller than, um, let me just see who this. Smaller than Google's, smaller than Apple's, and it's smaller than Amazon's. Obviously, the margins are totally different, and people are betting on the future and tech, and they kind of have a monopoly in areas. I get it. Revenue's not everything, but crazy. But yeah, what would that be? 4.2 trillion plus 50%? Yeah, it would be close to 7 trill. It's crazy. 6.46 trillion. Look at that SPX. Market's super, super strong, guys. Holy moly. We want that, we're 10 points away from the 7-day on SPX. Why not 10 trillion? Yeah, we'll hit 10 trillion. We'll hit 10 trillion. Probably by the end of my trading career, or I'll retire in 20, 25 years, maybe longer, because you can do this job for quite a long time as long as you have your brain and fingers, hands. Yeah, Nvidia 10 trillion. The S&P probably in 4 years will be at what, 10K? SPX? Wait till SPY hits 1,000. Not a big stretch. It's gonna hit 1,000 eventually. Then a 50% drawdown. We need a drawdown. I've been like wanting a COVID crash, or not that I want it, but we're here to make money, right? And you all know if the market gives you a big 30%, 40%, I mean a GFC or a dot-com crash, 50, 60%, if you got cash waiting, you're gonna supersede and increase your net worth. Huge, huge. I mean, if the SPX can retest the daily 200 moving average or pierce it again, I'd love to see a dip back under the daily 200. I mean, even that tariff crash, guys, like, I guess that was the bear market, right? That was the bear market, your tariff crash. Maybe we don't have one, right? And it seems like it wasn't even that long ago this crash. That's why the market could still rip higher. Because look how we dipped pretty quickly. Maybe that was it. But what a crazy V shape. 2023 we had that nice decline. Huge. But yeah, I'd love another correction. All right, guys, I'll be back. I'm gonna have some lunch. FJet new ticker halted. Thank you, Peter. Let's take a look at FJet. Oh my gosh. How do you even trade that? FJet. Crazy. What is that rally? That's insane. That's insane. Look at that move. You would have banked if you bought that. Did you get exposure? Oh, it's open again. What was that dip? It's open. Open sesame. Oh my God, they're gonna sweep the lows. They're gonna take out the lows here. It's halted again? No. Wow. This is just designed to take your money. Pure fucking gamble. I mean, there's no support levels really. You got a couple gaps, low of day, sweep. I mean, anything in this area is crazy. But you break this high, you might get a squeeze into the 11 area. There it is. $10 move. Breaking that high. Yep. That's insane, guys. Did you just see how fast that was? 1 minute. In 1 minute, you dipped 17%. The next minute, you popped 24%. It's a 41% range. That's insane. That's truly insane. Too quick for me. I don't know. I can't beat the algos there. I can't beat the algos there. As this market is making a massive bullish recovery yet again, massive. I'm still writing 680 calls that we bought off of the 1230 buy signal here. We issued the 1230 buy signal for 680 SPY calls for tomorrow, and they're pushing almost up 100% here. We also sold during this decline. We sold the 666 SPY puts for tomorrow. So collecting some premium there. That trade is very, very likely going to work out. I mean, SPY I don't think is going to be dropping below 666 tomorrow. Stranger things have happened, but we were fully bully again. SPY looks like it's going to give us another high of day, ladies and gents. It's a massive squeeze. We're approaching that call wall again. So you can see that 680 call wall. That's the decline I was looking at when I was shorting it here. I got a little bit spooked because we were consolidating and holding. I wish I still shorted, but that was a big rejection off the call wall because there was so much interest there. We had a big cleanse, a nice sell-off. Now we're approaching this call wall for the second time, and chances are we're going to bust through it with some force. And honestly, I put in that chart, that inverted head and shoulders on the SPY chart I shared in the group. And that 10-minute inverse head and shoulders, guys, it's looking like it's valid. So there's not going to be as much resistance at this call wall anymore. There might be a little bit of selling again, but that call wall, you cleansed it with that big decline and drop. This drop got so many people bared up. As everyone was getting bearish, or accumulating, we sent out a spread alert in the SPX group, which JP nailed. I sent out some call options on SPY and selling some puts. So it was a double bullish bet trade signal that I sent out to some of my other members, but very strong tape, guys. SPX is back above 6,800. We could squeeze here for the rest of the afternoon. We could squeeze. And I had a couple people message me like, isn't this a head and shoulders on the chart? And the one thing you have to be careful with pattern recognition is you really got to know what you're looking for, right? Sure, there could be a head and shoulders here, but technically speaking, if you're going by the textbook definition of a head and shoulders pattern, the right shoulder can't be lower than the left shoulder. It has to be equal or higher. So this couldn't have been a head and shoulders pattern because your right shoulder was lower than your left. So right away, when I saw that dip below the left shoulder, I was like, this can't be a head and shoulders. It's making people think it's a head and shoulders, but it's more looking like a liquidity sweep. And that's what it's proving to be. Backtesting a major previous pivot bounce spot. So, but they did a hard sell there. That shocked me. I tried buying the dip here and I got stopped out on some calls. I took a small loss, but damn, the ranges today, it's been a great trading session. It's been great today. Lots of volatility. I mean, gap up, pretty decent drop, pop, drop, pop, failed flag pattern, melt. I mean, this has been a wild, wild session. Wild session. But we're looking pretty trendy here. All right, we're up over 105% on our call options for tomorrow. Natural gas still getting clobbered down 4.77. Extremely disappointing for nat gas. Extremely disappointing. Nasty. Nasty rejection off the 7-day moving average. That is filthy. Absolutely filthy. Wow, DJT guys up 40%. Man, I was looking at this when it was at 20. That's crazy. This thing's just been in a full melt up all day. Wow, that's crazy. Hmm. Rocket Labs up 10%. Oh, I'm FOMOing on Rocket Labs. I love the ticker. I love the fundamentals behind it. Damn, up 10% today. Man, oh man, oh man. I should have bought that dip. Should have, would have, could have. So 680, still a massive call wall, 4.7 billion net gex there. Wow. Bought a little bit of a lotto on that dip there. 679 0 DTE call. Again, don't play if you can't afford to lose. I'm in at 7 cents on that dip. 30 contracts, so it's nothing that's gonna make me lose sleep at night. But if I hit it, it'll be a nice little win. You did get a bullish cross of your 7 and 20 on your hourly SPX chart. A bullish cross on the hourly SPX chart. Bitcoin dumped there, seeing some heavy selling, but heavy volume on BTC down 1.63%. Looks like it's trying to trigger almost a bit of a bear flag here. Contracts are right back to entry. Again, I'm okay with letting these go to zero. It's win, lose, or draw for me. Prefer if they didn't, but BTC needs Sailor to buy 1 trillion. It seems like that, eh? It seems that BTC needs a savior. Tom Lee ain't doing it for ETH, and Sailor ain't doing it for Bitcoin. So who's gonna take their place? Jim Cramer? We need Jim Cramer to come out and say he's bearish Bitcoin. That'll be the low. That'll be the low. All right, markets are still chopping here. Getting cracked. Again, lots of volatility today. Market's still flailing around here. You got some buy side pressure hitting your S&P 500 here. Amazon's catching a nice bid. Nvidia is looking pretty decent for a potential power hour rally. Bitcoin's still heavy, but it's seeing a lot of volume, signs of some accumulation. Micron still pretty strong on the session, but still pulling back. It's had a nice 50 minutes of sell side pressure. But yeah, between Amazon and Nvidia looking good. Microsoft's catching a nice bid here. Apple's still lagging a little bit, slightly negative. So CGC flushed because of the fact that it was kind of a nothing burger with Trump and the policies. He said he's not changing the laws. So a lot of people are anticipating that, okay, maybe he's going to make or announce some sort of a future plan around cannabis being fully legalized. And it got leaked that there's really no changes to the schedule system and how they classify marijuana. So yeah, marijuana got halted down earlier. MSOS was halted. CGC, the news hit the tape several hours ago. What time was I? Put in the chat, the trading chat. What was it? Around 1 o'clock the news came out. Yeah, if we close over 680 today, we're gapping up tomorrow. It'll be a huge probably a 3 bar surge gap up on the daily. If we get a close on 680 above that call wall, man, oh man, shorts are gonna get cooked. Shorts are gonna get cooked. I'm still very bullish, guys. You know, you're carving out a really large potential hourly inverted head and shoulders here on SPX. SPY 10-minute chart, 5-minute chart has a potential inverse head and shoulders. The 10-minute chart has a potential inverse head and shoulders. I mean, yields are still kind of soft. Crude oil's still soft. Nat gas was absolutely pummeled today. You know, commodities are still soft. So there's a lot of money that could rotate back into equities here. Uh, but we need to see. We got certainly some time left in the session. Nice. You made dollars yesterday. Amazing. Yeah, his talks only refer to medical marijuana. For sure. An attempt there at breaking out of the market, which just got slapped right back down. So, I mean, we've had a pretty big move today already. You still have the NASDAQ up 1.4, SPY up 0.7. So, in reality, if we chop here in this kind of this middle of the range, it still allows us to push higher tomorrow. Maybe they want to save some gas in the tank for a big 0 DTE pump tomorrow. Or maybe they're just waiting for power hour. So the positive for the market that I see for the SPX so far, obviously we haven't closed, we could still flush, but the positive is that we're back above this gap here and your 50-day moving average. I would like to see us at minimum hold this gap and the 50-day on SPX. It's kind of what I'm looking for. Still a lot of puts out of the money. Still a lot of puts out of the money. Yeah, crypto still weak. BTC at 84.6, down 1.83%. Huge volume over the last 30 minutes here for crypto. Yeah, and I had a chance there to take 50% on these 0 DTEs, but again, it's kind of just fun money for me that I'm in, so I want to see at least 100%. When I'm in a lotto, I like to at least make 100% to make it worth it, you know, or more. So I really don't care if they go to 0. Of course I care, but playing with profits. Donald Trump's certainly a happy man today, though, up 39.3% on his DJT. Crazy move. I wonder if his family loaded up any call options? They probably did. Literally probably did. I mean, I wonder what those calls would have went from. $4 move. If you took $14 calls, yesterday's close. Wow. Wow. Markets are under a little bit of pressure here, flushing into that power hour session, 3 p.m. Amazon, Nvidia seeing some sell side pressure. Micron coming in. Netflix underperformed. Definitely quite a bit of stocks gave up the majority of their gains. Still a lot of stocks have outperformed, but many tickers gave up their gains. Markets flushing here. BTC still trying to hold here around 84.6, but looking heavy. Gold just recently saw a bit of a flush here. A lot of speculation around the BOJ tonight, Bank of Japan carry trade. That's maybe why we're seeing some more selling here. There's a lot of theories out there that the BOJ tonight could crash the market. We'll see. I don't think so, but we'll see. I believe the BOJ is set to raise rates. Micron selling off pretty sharply. Nvidia coming in under 174 now. Amazon coming in sharply. Big decline in the market. If you lose this low, things could get ugly. If you lose that low, things can get really ugly. Definitely some de-risking coming into play. Lots of sell side pressure into power hour. Can they stick save the market off this level? Market's flushing. Yep. This technically can't be a head and shoulders. If you're looking at it like this, like if you're going by the definition, it can't be a head and shoulders. You can't have a right, your neckline can't be descending, down sloping. So if this was a head and shoulders, your neckline, what would be that? You can't have a down sloping neckline from the technical definition. If you're going truly by the book. You know, if you're wanting, are you thinking about a head and shoulders like this way? Something like that? So if we're on this SPY chart, you see the head and shoulders like what? Like this? Is that correct? Left shoulder, head, right shoulder? Is that how you're seeing it? Cabin? Because if you're going by a textbook definition, a head and shoulders has to have either a flat neckline or an upsloping. It can't be a downsloping. You know, and maybe this is certainly a bearish little pattern. You got a high, sorry, you got a low here, a high, you got a lower low, a lower high. So, I mean, intraday, it's a lot of chop and slop. I guess technically it could be a bearish pattern, but if you're going by definition, it can't be a head and shoulders because a neckline cannot be downsloping. It has to be upsloping. Now, I mean, if there's another way we can look at it somehow, you know, you could maybe get away with it like this. This would be your, whoops. The pattern's really wacky. Let's say that this gap was your left shoulder, and then your head, and then your right shoulder. I mean, one could maybe argue that that's a head and shoulders. I don't really like it, but you got to be open to it. So maybe this whole entire gap is your left shoulder, your head, your right shoulder. You broke your neckline here. Downside target, if it were to complete, takes you to 670-ish. I mean, maybe. I don't really like it. But stranger things have happened. That's the only way the head and shoulders could be valid. In my eyes. But what I do see is still potentially this inverse. As long as we hold this area here, I still remain bullish. If we hold this pivot here, I remain bullish. If we lose it, that's another story. Things can get real nasty. I'm always open to patterns, ideas, but usually the better a pattern looks, the more likely it'll play out. Sometimes the worse a pattern looks and you're trying to make it stretch, it's unlikely for it to play out, but we'll see. We still got a lot of time. I mean, the markets can do some crazy things in an hour, as we all know. As we all know very, very well. A 5-point move, $5 move in the indices can happen pretty quickly, like we're kind of seeing right now. BTC getting a nice stick back above 85K. Yeah, Dom C saying the main pattern is the government's fucked. No, not really, not the government. The government's always going to be fine. It's the people. The people. The government's got an easy way out. Print, baby, print. Print, baby, print. It's the people. No hard assets. Means troublesome. But I know what you mean. The governments, they do have fuckery. Alright, I need a snack here. I'm gonna go grab some almonds before power hour. Well, I guess power hour has started here. And we are reversing quite nicely. US dollar ain't gonna lose shit. It's still that cleanest shirt, guys, in the dirty laundry. Everything else, even with the biggest debt load in the world, it's still the world's reserve currency. It's not gonna lose anything. My mother is South African, and once upon a time, the South African rand was stronger. When she was growing up, it's called the rand, R-A-N-D, was stronger than the British pound, which was stronger than the US dollar, Canadian dollar, Australia. It was way stronger. And in one 30-year period, now I think with $1 it's probably like you get 17, 18 Rand. But once upon a time, the Rand was stronger than the US dollar. So other currencies will definitely lose their value faster than the US dollar. There's just too much global economic trade in the US dollar. You hear these theories about the BRICS trying to create their own currency. Sure, it may impact it a little bit, but it's nowhere close to affecting it. All right, we're up 30% on our calls. Let's rip it. Let's rip it. 50%. Let's go. Rip it. I want 100% or more. Push it. Push it. Stick save us. Big green shoot. Give me some nice upside here. Send it. Send it to the neckline. They send it to the neckline. They get people all bulled up, trying to chase the inverse head and shoulders. Then they dip it back down, and then they pull it up. Rip, dip, and pump. The good old Nike swoosh. Let's see it, guys. I'm trying to go get a snack, but now I need to manage these calls in case we get a big push here. Come on. Send it. Power hour. Send it. Send it. Not this time, living on a prayer. We're all living on a prayer. Nvidia, big stick. Micron, big 10-minute bullish engulfing candle. SPX, trying to hold that bullish hourly 7 and 20 cross. Come on, get above 677 and rip it. Just rip it. What are we singing here, guys? You got lots of tunes today. I'd play some tunes on the stream, but get a copyright infraction. I even sourced free music when I was playing it a couple months back. It was fine, it was fine, it was fine, and then all of a sudden YouTube sends me a infraction notice, a strike against my account. And I'm like, what the hell? It says it's all free. I'm copyright, but got an infraction notice, and if you get 3, they can suspend your account. So don't want to lose that. All right, I need to get a snack here. I'll be right back, guys. One sec. Honestly, because there's so much open interest up here at 680, they might keep us pinned here. It might be a chop shop for the rest of the day. I'm really not too sure. It's been very choppy today. Here we go. Come on, break us. Break us out. Buy $3 strike put for tomorrow. Yeah. Hey, that's a lotto. Here we go. If we can clear this little pivot zone, we're going to quickly shoot up to OR high. Come on, break us. Go, go, go. What was that? Pump it up, guys. Slap the buy. Mark a buy. Full port. My volume. Sorry, I have my mic pretty far away. Hopefully that's better. I was sitting down. Power hour. Was taking a break. Come on, a little bit more follow through. Spy. Rip it. Rip it. Beautiful. All right, guys, I sold half. 100% gain on my lottos. Stop at break even. Trade is risk free. Let the rest ride. Boom. Thank you very much. Trade is risk free. Let's let the rest ride. Let's see what these can become now. Let's go. I got 15 contracts left that are runners. Free trade, free trade. It's always a nice position to be in. Pump it higher. My next trim target would be a push into this neckline, guys. If we can hit this OR high neckline area, that's where my next trim would be. I would sell another half and let 7 ride. Come on, keep squeezing. You see, now it's these are the trades where you wish you went full port, right? But because I only went small size, the market gives you my gains. If you over leverage, the market's going to take your money most times. It's a weird thing, weird phenomenon. If you size appropriately, come on, SPY, big push. Big push higher. Let's go. Stop messing around. Where's that 0 DT squeeze that we're so used to? Squeeze it, guys. We need you all. They want everyone long. They want everyone long. I'm hungry for more. Push it, 678. Let's go. Send it. It's full send. Full send. Need to sit back and watch this. Yeah, in the end, it's a big gap up for sure, but it's been a solid trading session. You know, very big swings. Like, there's been money here. There was huge money here, big money here. Now there's big money here. I mean, if you're a scalper, if you're a sniper trader, it's been a solid scalping session. Basically, yeah, no, it's been very volatile, very, very strong. Here we go. Rip it. Where are we on the daily chart here? Let's take a look. Still underneath your 7 and 20. We're holding the weekly 7. Positive, very short-term positive. EJT, what a ripper. Anyone gonna YOLO any laser? LAZR? What the hell just happened there? Jeez. Anyone gonna YOLO some laser down here? I'm thinking about it. This would be a lotto. We could wake up and it could be bankrupt. Closed. Hmm. Yeah, stick. I'll full port Bitcoin at the close. We'll save it. I'll dump my nat gas and put it all in Bitcoin. So disappointed with nat gas, man. Like that inventory report was bad, but I think it was 5.5% down bad. Damn. Nastiness. Come on, S&P, stop messing around and squeeze. Just give us a nice squeeze here. Make these calls go 200%. Come on. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Volume coming in. Squeeze it. Squeeze us. We long. We strong. Take us to 679. Take us to a new high of day. Rip us back into that 680. $2 move, that's nothing. $3 move, let's do it. Come on. Don't you dare stall out here. You're clearing that 10-minute chart resistance. Where are my 678 call buyers? Where are they coming? Rip it, rip it, rip it. CGC was the short, down 9% today. Damn. Should have shorted that, guys. CGC would have been a moneymaker back-to-back days. We would have been paid. That's okay. Can't kiss them all. We do have some earnings after the bell, guys. Nike, that's an interesting one. I'm curious to see how that performs. So far, retailers, consumer discretionary stocks have been acting very, very well. You also got FedEx, BlackBerry, KB Homes. Um, that's pretty much the important ones. Nike revenue estimate 12.18 billion, EPS 37 cents. Cool. We'll see. I feel like they're gonna send Nike this today. After Lulu's print, I feel like they're gonna send Nike. What's they doing to this market? Come on, stop chopping it. What time are Nike's earnings? Let me see here. Uh, 4:15 Nike earnings. FedEx 4:03. Send it, Spy. Send it. Send it to the moon. Here we go. Send it. Still up 100% on these runners, guys. Looking for more. And then what else do we have? Blackberry. That's right. Oh, come on, Spy. Send it. Come on, Spy. Send it. Send it. Why are you waiting so long? Push it. 678 call buyers starting to step in here. 678 call buyers coming in. Come on. Rip it higher. Six 78s. We're pushing. We're pushing. Send it. We're sending it. They're sending it. Here we go, guys. We're ripping. We're ripping. All right, guys. I trimmed another half there. Boom. Sold another half off that gap up 21 cent fill. It's even higher than me. That is huge. I got 7 contracts left. 679 calls printed. Amazing, amazing, amazing. How's a 200% gain on the second half, guys? 200% gain on the second half. Boom, boom, boom. I still got some runners. Stop in place. Some seven left. Beautiful. I like that a lot. Come on, one more little surge. One more surge. Get these 679s in the money. Give it to me. Come on, let's see if we can squeeze these last 7 contracts, guys. 679s. Can we get them in the money? This has been a breeze of a trade. We've just been floating higher here. God, and you could have got them down here. They were like 3 or 4 cents. I picked them up here at 7 cents and it flushed. And people were getting all bared up. But they were down at 3 or 4 cents, the 679s. They printed at the high, they're 24 cents. Crazy. Again, I'm in at 7. I've trimmed majority, locked in my gains. 7 runners in case we get a big squeeze on MOC. Yeah, it's nothing that's gonna make me go crazy, but it's a little bit of fun money. What time is the BOJ? I don't care. Nothing burger. It'll be a nothing burger. I don't think much will come from it. Too many people are watching it. But I think I don't know what time it is. It's probably some late time, weird time like that for us. I can look real quick here. Let's see. Where is my data here? BOJ monetary policy statement 9:30. BOJ interest rate decision 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. My time. Almost stopped out of the runners here, guys, but they're still agreeing. They're still holding. Almost stopped out. Send it. Send it higher. Push it. Back up 100%. We ripping. We ripping. Go, 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 go. What's going on? Apple seeing some bullish liquidity. Yeah, they're just gonna Microsoft's pushing here. Apple pushing. Yeah, they could run it. Gotta go do a workout after the 17 minutes. 17 minutes. Give us a squeeze. Just get me out of these 7 calls. Come on, give me a push into 679 or stop me out. Either way, money's been made. Come on. Big candle up. Break us out here. Inverse head and shoulders still intact here, guys. SPX still underneath its 20-day moving average. Can they push it up $6 to recapture the 20-day moving average? That would be crazy on SPX. That would be crazy. Let's see it. Let's see it. Rip it. Here we go. Come on. Squeeze it. Amazon ripping. Nvidia ripping. Microsoft seeing some strength. Apple starting to pump here. They are ripping mega cap tech here, guys. We are going to see a big spike here. All right, so 4 minutes, 5 minutes till MOC. Any gap up, I'll sell into. Yeah, peekaboo high over the neckline sounds like a pretty solid sell area for the rest of these cons. I do think they'll do that for sure. Trap more bullish liquidity, get the late chasers, and then pummel them back down. Here we go. Come on. 679 calls. Let's get it. Let's get it. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. We ripping, baby. We ripping. Rip it. Come on. Pushing that 200% level again. Get these 679s in the money, baby. Come on. Rip it, rip it, rip it, rip it, rip it, rip it, rip it. Cabin's all out. I'm still in. We got MOC. I want to see a big spike up. We got mock. This could tank. It could pop. It's unlikely to stay pinned here. Huge call wall. 680. Rejected off of it kind of twice here intraday. They say third time's the charm. Can we get back above the 20-day moving average on SPX? Again, if we pop, I'm exiting all of my calls for the 0 DTEs. If we drop, it'll stop me out. But if we pop 3 minutes till mock, MOC, guys, get ready. Here we go. This is where they make or break over leveraged traders. People are over leveraged. Market makers will snip that liquidity and they will rip it from your bare hands. And then they'll reverse it on you just to drive the dagger deeper. They'll shake you out, take your liquidity, and rip it back in your face. Come on, 679s. Can we get them in the money? Yeah, profit's a profit, man. You're the prudent thing to do. Smart money would be out before that MOC. MOC is a gamble. That's why I'm out of most of my contracts as well. Don't you dare stop me out before the MOC. Hold the line. Don't stop me. Don't do it. Don't do it. Come on. MOC. 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 Which way we gonna go? Win's a win. You can go buy yourself a nice steak with that. You can go buy yourself a nice steak with that. Or something for the missus. Or Mr. or Mistress. Whoever it may be. Here we go, guys. 16 seconds, MOC. Pop or drop. Which way are you gonna go? If they pop it, I'll be looking to sell into the strength. If they drop it, it'll stop me out. Hard stop is in place. We're popping, we're dropping. Where's the volatility? No way they're gonna keep us pinned here. Come on, rip us higher. Don't you dare do it. No way they're gonna keep us pinned. Are you serious? All right, I got stopped out there. Unfortunately, they took me out. Stopped out. Break even on the runners. And this is where they probably full send it. Should I take 680s? Autos here. 680 calls, 1 cent, 2 cent. Call it a day. All right, I'll call it a day. That's the smart thing to do. End off with a winning trade there, guys. Nice job on 679 SPY calls if you caught that with us. First trim 100%, second trim 200, third stop loss break even. That's a good session for us, guys. Great session. This is where the degens pile in on strike zones that are dollar out of the money or so with such little time. You're either a zero or you're a hero. Micron selling off, Apple getting slight rejection off 10-minute EMA. You got Amazon still looking pretty solid and strong. Nvidia getting rejected off of 170, 470 zone. SPY getting slightly heavy here. Oh no, what happened to my charts? So much sell side pressure, they tried crashing my charts there. Look at the sell side. Nasty. Nasty. Big sell, big sell. Now I'm tempted to go back into 679 calls just for a face ripper. Fuck it. Cabin, I'm going back in. Should I go back in? 679 calls? Alright, King Zlotto, 4 cents. It's 80 bucks, guys. It's playing with some profit. It's nothing that's gonna kill me. We're either gonna make it or we're gonna lose it. I've made a few steak dinners today. Here we go. We're gonna get the pop. We gonna get the pop. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. I'm getting my filet mignon back. I can sell in profit right now. Break even. So we'll see. Let's go to the 1 minute chart so we really get wild here. YOLO. Yeah, they're reacting now. We're gonna get a. I think we'll get a pop here. They're gonna stick save us. Close. Maybe. Back to the neckline. Come on, back to the neckline. Tap the neckline, pull back, send it back. Send it. Send it. All right, no, maybe they're chopping it down. We heavy here. We heavy. It's crazy. See selling. Are we going down? Yeah, we'll see if the inverse plays out tomorrow. We're still stuck in that wedge, but I still think it has a strong chance of doing so, but you never know. Pretty hard selling in Micron and certain semis into the close. Nvidia Micron got hit pretty hard. Apple, Amazon still holding up pretty decently here. Microsoft still up 1.75. Financials rolled over a little bit. Apple really only slightly green. Tesla had another phenomenal day, up 4%. Meta up 2.3. Google up 2. Nvidia still up 2. Amazon up 2.5. Strong day for Amazon, even though it's off of the highs. Donald Trump having the best day, up 42%. I wonder how much money he made with that SPAC today. If only we could know. If only we could know. But they are melting the market here. Melting it slow. Slow drip. Slow. You did have silver go negative today, down by 1.12%. Gold slightly negative. That's been a chop fest as well. Micron still up 10.3%, but off of the highs. A lot of stocks did go quite negative today. They gave up a lot of their gains. Other ones obviously remaining pretty strong. Rocket Labs outperforming today, up 11.2. But Nike earnings after the bell, guys. Going to be interesting. It's slightly green, testing that $66 area, up 0.44%. Nike's earnings expectations are pretty much washed out, capitulatory lows, but guidance can always get worse. I find it hard to believe that their guidance could be any worse than it's already been. You look at really the consumer discretionary stocks across the board, and they firmed up. Lululemon gapping up today, giving back a decent amount of its gains, but still a stellar day, up 3.5%. Nice session. MongoDB had a good day. Chipotle, nice day. Starbucks, a really strong day. Starbucks daily chart looks pretty solid. Two minutes left in the tape, guys. 2 minutes left in the tape. Oh, guys, great day. And yeah, good trades across the board. Nasty little sell program here into the close, chopping us back down to opening range low. Pretty heavy price action. Nice couple dollar drop here. SPX still holding above the 50-day. Gap fill. Slightly positive sign. 10 minutes left in the SPX chart. Yeah, a lot of money made both ways. Yeah, bulls and bears kind of ate. Mainly bulls ate with the gap up if you swung. There was definitely a lot of puts out of the money that got burned today, but there was quite a lot of volatility. I mean, you add up these ranges and huge swings in both directions. So bulls got paid, bears got paid, pigs got slaughtered. Um, Other than that, guys, nice to see that they closed SPY above opening range low here, or at least they're trying to. That's another short-term positive. I'd like to see them maintain it above it. They're probably going to pin it right on it or below it. All right, so SPY did not close the session above opening range low. Slightly bearish, but still inside the wedge pattern. SPX daily chart pattern, a nice constructive bounce off of the lows, holding the 50 end gap. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. And BOJ, guys, I think it'll be a nothing burger, but we'll see what happens. Take care, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. Cheers.